Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance, supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, We empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals. Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals. Islamic economics, Islamic banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Tridharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance, supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE. We empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance, supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance, supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Tridharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, zakat and waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference. Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Three Dharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals: Islamic economics, Islamic banking, Zakat and Waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference.
Sempurnakanlah niat sucimu dan ucapkan Bismillah. Derapkanlah langkah besarmu dan torehkan sejarah di pangkuan Universitas Islam Negeri Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari. Junjunglah amanat yang suci dan ajaran Islami. Segala ilmu yang dicari untuk bekal mengabdi dan berwataklah berilmu sebagai bukti mensyukuri hidup ini anugerah ilahi. Jadilah muslim sebetulnya, jadi ilmuwan sesungguhnya, saya sosial seterusnya demi kejayaan Indonesia Raya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon maaf ini di perjalanan, jadi nanti kalau ada agak Sinyalnya tidak baik, mohon maaf ya. Baik, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wala haula wala quwata illa billah. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Economic and Islamic Studies, Dr. Haji Damaduri. The Honorable Vice Dean and Head of Administration Division. Honorable keynote speaker, the first is Dr. Maria Bhati from Western Sydney University, Australia. Profesor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar from Yarsi University, Indonesia, and Profesor Dr. Mehmet from Durham University, United Kingdom. Respected presenters, researchers, academics, distinguished guests, and all participants join us both on-site and online. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Rektor UIN Muhammad Sari Ponorogo, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the annual International Conference on Islamic Economic 2026, organized by the Faculty of Economic and Islamic Business. First and foremost, let's us express our deepest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His endless and blessing and mercy, which always us together and for the academic event. Thank you for traveling from different university, institution, and country to share your knowledge and experience with us. Saya gunakan bahasa ya, ladies and gentlemen. Kita hidup pada masa yang penuh tantangan saat ini ya. Yang pertama adalah kita menghadapi perubahan iklim, ketidakpastian geopolitik, jadi beberapa kejadian di dunia sana ya. Dan ketiga adalah transformasi digital, kemudian ada perubahan perilaku konsumen juga muncul pada tantangan-tantangan akhir-akhir ini, termasuk juga gangguan rantai pasokan global dan mungkin berbagai lain yang menyebabkan dunia semakin fragmentasi. Namun setiap tantangan ini pasti akan membawa sebuah kesempatan yang ini mungkin kalau kita bisa memanfaatkan dengan baik, maka kita akan nyaman dan juga akan bisa menghadapinya dan juga akan bisa melaluinya dengan baik. Maka every global challenges is also an opportunity to rethink how we build a better future. Mungkin ini ya alasan mengapa tema konferensi tahun ini menjadi sangat penting, di mana temanya yaitu adalah tentang, kalau tidak salah ini Strengthening Islamic Financial Ecosystem Sustainability, Integrating Halal Value Chains, Governance, and Sharia Accounting in Fragmented Global Economy. Tema ini kalau kita lihat tidak hanya berbicara terkait tentang keuangan syariah, tapi tema ini juga banyak nanti akan membahas tentang bagaimana membangun sebuah ekosistem yang mampu menghadirkan kepercayaan dan mungkin harapannya ya kesejahteraan ya. Maka saya melihat ada 3 pesan penting dari tema konferensi ini, yaitu yang pertama adalah halal value chains. Ketika kita mendengar istilah halal, kita mungkin langsung berpikir bahwa ini tentang sertifikat. Gitu. Padahal halal jauh lebih luas daripada sebuah logo halal itu sendiri yang tercantum pada sebuah produk. Ketika kita bicara halal, maka kita juga bicara tentang bagaimana suatu produk diproduksi dengan jujur. Bagaimana mungkin kita kalau punya pekerja itu diperlakukan secara adil. Dan bagaimana ketika kita memiliki lingkungan itu harus kita jaga. Maka dan juga bagaimana ketika konsumen yang akan memperoleh produk ini mendapatkan kepastian atau jaminan keamanan dan kualitas yang baik. Maka istilahnya halal is not only about compliance, tapi halal is about responsibility. Ini sebuah tanggung jawab, itu adalah halal itu sendiri. Maka ini adalah pesan terkait tentang pesan yang pertama, yaitu tentang halal value chains. Kemudian dari yang kedua, yaitu tentang good governance. atau kalau di dalam tema itu namanya governance gitu aja ya. Maka ketika kita membahas dalam dunia keuangan, maka eh, dunia keuangan aset terbesar itu bukanlah uang itu sendiri sebenarnya dalam dunia keuangan, tapi aset terbesar dari keuangan itu adalah trust atau kepercayaan. Trust ini is the most valuable currency in every financial system. Karena ketika kita kepercayaan akan lahir transparansi. Maka dengan kepercayaan juga akan lahirlah akuntabilitas. Maka keseluruhan ini sebenarnya sudah diatur di dalam ajaran Islam bahwa ini disebut juga sebagai konsep amanah seperti itu ya. Kemudian yang ketiga, ketika kita lihat itu adalah terkait tentang kata kuncinya adalah syariah accounting. Maka ketika kita bicara tentang akuntansi ya bahasanya, akuntansi itu kita tidak lagi hanya bicara masalah kumpulan angka aja. Namun ketika kita bicara terkait laporan ini juga akan mencerminkan sebuah kejujuran. Maka setiap keputusan khususnya dalam bidang ekonomi itu akan juga memiliki konsekuensi konsekuensi moral ya, yang itu yang juga harus dipertanggungjawabkan. Maka selain dalam sisi keuangan ekonomi itu bertanggung jawab pada investor gitu ya, maka kita juga bertanggung jawab pada masyarakat dan tentunya pada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagai universitas kita memiliki tanggung jawab besar bersama-sama, yaitu universitas bukan sekedar tempat kita untuk belajar, tapi universitas ini adalah tempat lahirnya solusi. Ya. Jadi bagaimana solusi ini lahir di universitas. Maka research yang dihasilkan di perguruan tinggi should not stop in academic journal. Research should improve the people life. Jadi kita membutuhkan research ini tidak hanya sebagai berhenti pada jurnal, tapi bagaimana dapat membantu ya kehidupan masyarakat, membantu segala sesuatu yang ada di tengah-tengah masyarakat. Maka kalau kita melihat kita membutuhkan penelitian yang mampu membantu pelaku UMKM misalnya, mampu untuk meningkatkan tata kelola lembaga keuangan syariah, atau bahkan nanti bisa mendorong kebijakan publik yang lebih baik. Maka dalam peran peserta sebagai universitas ini kita harus memberikan kontribusi terhadap pembangunan yang berkelanjutan atau sustainable development. Ya, karena ilmu pengetahuan akan menemukan maknanya ketika kita mampu memberikan manfaat bagi masyarakat. Jadi muara dari ilmu pengetahuan itu adalah manfaat bagi masyarakat. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semuanya yang telah sekedar untuk menyampaikan hasil penelitian yang kita hadir ini lebih gitu, yaitu membangun jejaring, membangun kolaborasi, kan mungkin membangun masa depan. Ya, jadi because of the future will not be built by one university, not by one country, not by one discipline. The future will be built through collaboration. This memiliki makna bahwa kolaborasi ini adalah hal yang paling utama dalam proses kita untuk meneliti. Berikutnya adalah Winkayat Muhammad Besari berkomitmen keras untuk memperkuat kerjasama internasional. Kami percaya bahwa kolaborasi ini atau kolaborasi bidang akademik akan menjadi investasi terbaik untuk membangun peran yang lebih baik. Ya, harapannya semoga konferensi ini melahirkan penelitian bersama, aplikasi, inovasi, mungkin inovasi di bidang kebijakan dan juga kemitraan yang memberikan manfaat nyata bagi masyarakat di sekitar kita maupun masyarakat global. Allow me to leave one final message. Success of Islamic economy will not be measured by how many Islamic financial institutions we build, but by how many lives we improve. Mari kita jadikan konferensi ini bukan hanya tempat untuk bertukar gagasan, tetapi juga titik awal kita lahirnya kolaborasi yang memberikan manfaat bagi dunia pendidikan. Oke, baik itu mungkin yang bisa kami sampaikan. Sekalian dibuka gini ya. Oke, dengan mengucap bersama-sama basmalah ya, mari kita ucap bismillah bersama-sama. Eh, kita ucap bersama-sama ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Saya mewakili Rektor UIN Muhammad Besari secara resmi membuka Annual International Conference on Islamic Economic 2026. May this conference inspiring, meaningful discussion, strengthen global partnership, and contribute to more and sustainable and maybe in prosperous world. Eh, itu yang mungkin bisa saya sampaikan. Di sini tidak ada pantun, cukup sekian dan matur suwun. Terima kasih. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sharia Accounting in Fragmented Global Economy. Kenapa kita sebut berat? Karena tugas kita itu double burden, double garden istilahnya. Kalau teman-teman kapitalis, orang-orang Cina bangun tidur itu langsung mikir bagaimana untungnya banyak. Bangun tidur langsung mikir duit. Kita bangun tidur masih mikir, ini halal atau tidak? Ini etis atau tidak? Ini merugikan orang lain atau tidak? Itu juga menjadi di sisi lain itu adalah langkah mulia, tapi di sisi lain tentu kompetisi kita dengan AI, dengan kondisi geopolitikal dunia yang cenderung tidak stabil karena ada blok-blok sekarang yang tidak menginginkan dunia itu hanya pada satu komando saja. Jadi dunia sekarang itu umpamanya BRICS itu mengandaikan bahwa dunia ini adalah dunia yang multipolar, tidak hanya satu mazhab saja, baik itu di ekonomi maupun di hal-hal yang lain. Sehingga kemudian ketika para gajah dunia itu bertarung, tentu imbasnya kepada kita. Selat kecil, Selat Hormuz yang menurut kita tidak signifikan, ternyata begitu macet di sana, itu ekonomi di seluruh dunia juga ikut macet. Nah, oleh karena itu tentu tugas kita sebagai akademisi untuk terus memperjuangkan ini. Bagaimana kemudian Islam tidak hanya mengajarkan kita untuk kaya, untuk meningkatkan wealth kita dan walid kita tentu, tapi juga bagaimana kita juga bertanggung jawab untuk tatanan dunia yang lebih baik, yang lebih adil, yang lebih makmur. Karena sebagai penikmat YouTube seperti saya itu sering melihat kenapa para turis dari negara-negara yang IT-nya bagus, yang dianggap peradabannya cukup maju itu, tapi mereka senang dengan Indonesia. Padahal Indonesia juga tidak kaya-kaya amat itu. Tapi mereka melihat bahwa kehidupan sosial kita, baik secara ekonomi, keagamaan, sosial, adab itu dianggap lebih bagus. Oleh karena itu hal-hal yang cukup bagus ini jangan sampai kemudian hilang. Nah, bagaimana cara kita mempertahankannya? Di satu sisi kita bergelut dengan dunia global yang penuh ketidakpastian, dengan dunia global yang mau tidak mau juga berimbas pada kehidupan ekonomi kita, tetapi di sisi lain kita juga harus bangga dengan tatanan sosial ekonomi yang kita miliki. Karena begitu orang Jerman datang, orang Amerika datang ke Indonesia, dia melihat this the real life. Mereka menganggap ini adalah kehidupan yang sesungguhnya, hidup yang sesungguhnya. Karena mereka merasa bahwa hidup di dunia kapitalis yang sudah notok itu dianggap sebagai dunia yang penuh dengan kepalsuan. Mereka menganggap diri mereka robot yang bangun tidur langsung mikir duit, nanti tidur lagi, baru kemudian ketika tidur itu sudah tidak mikir apa-apa. Mungkin mimpi-mimpinya juga mimpi yang aneh-aneh gitu. Oleh karena itu Bapak Ibu yang berbahagia itu juga harus kita pertahankan. Tentu salah satunya tadi ngobrol dengan Profesor Akhyar bahwa kecenderungan demografis kita dengan society yang bagus itu harus juga kita pertahankan. Karena di beberapa negara yang teknologinya bagus, ekonominya bagus, mereka lebih suka memelihara anjing daripada memelihara anak. Sehingga anak mereka itu ya anjingnya itu. Karena investasi yang katanya paling murah, tidak menuntut ini itu, dan setia sekali. Kalau anak begitu disekolahkan, pinter, dibawa sama suaminya. Nah, jadi orang tuanya merasa rugi di dunia mereka. Tapi di dunia kita tentu tidak, karena bisa mengantarkan anak menjadi orang yang berguna, itu tentu prestasi yang luar biasa yang kita harapkan. Nah, oleh karena itu hal-hal semacam ini tentu harus terus diperjuangkan oleh para akademisi di dunia ini, dan alhamdulillah setiap tahun kita bisa menyelenggarakan annual conference, dan tentu kami berterima kasih yang sedalam-dalamnya kepada para panitia, kepada Rumah Jurnal, kepada Gus Muhtim dan tim khususnya yang setiap tahun menghelat acara ini, dan kami juga berterima kasih kepada partisipasi dari para akademisi di seluruh dunia, baik yang offline maupun online, kepada teman-teman di sekitar kampus UIN Ponorogo. Juga ada beberapa kampus yang menjadi co-host kita, ada Unida, ada UIN Tulungagung, dan lain sebagainya. Tentu kami mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya. Dan tentu dalam penyelenggaraan ini tentu kami banyak kekurangan-kekurangan, banyak hal-hal yang mungkin belum berkenan di hati Bapak Ibu semuanya. Kami mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya. Selamat melaksanakan annual conference, bahwa target kita bukan hanya lembar-lembar berkas kertas jurnal yang boleh jadi nggak dibaca orang. Karena begini Prof, saya juga kadang itu agak kecewa gitu kan, ketika nulis susahnya minta ampun, tapi kemudian kita lihat citasinya cuma 1-2 gitu. Itu kalah sama tulisan ilmiah populer saya. Begitu kita tulis gitu langsung 24 jam itu yang membaca, itu ada 400-500. Bahkan saya pernah ada satu tulisan yang kemudian diagregar oleh Kompas, itu satu tulisan yang 24 jam dibaca oleh 45.000 orang. Itu rasanya puas sekali Pak Muhibat ya, puas sekali. Tetapi karena dunia kita juga menginginkan mengukur peradaban dari indexing dan lain sebagainya, ya sudah itu diikuti tanpa kemudian kita kehilangan substansi di dalam akademis ini. Jadi tadi sekali lagi beban kita memang ganda, beban untuk menuju kaya gitu ya enaknya ya, dan juga beban untuk bagaimana menjaga moralitas ekonomi kita. Sementara yang lain yang penting kaya, dan kaya. Nah, kita juga bagaimana kaya tapi berkeadilan, tapi juga terjadi keseimbangan dan moralitas masuk di dalam ekonomi ini. Jadi sekali lagi Mas Amri, mumpung ada Profesor Akhyar, jadi sebelum peninjauan kurikulum kayaknya nanti harus banyak berdiskusi dengan beliau, minta masukan-masukan arah akuntansi syariah kita ke depan itu bagaimana. Karena sekali lagi saya sebagai mahasiswa yang tidak begitu pintar pada waktu itu terperangah betul bagaimana Pak Iwan Triyuwono dari Wollongong University itu bisa menjelaskan akuntansi itu betul-betul dengan perspektif syariah. Bagaimana fikih muamalah itu bisa dijelaskan dengan akuntansi yang tertata dengan bagus, bukan hanya akuntansi kapitalis. Saya kira itu sangat penting untuk belajar pada beliau. Hadirin yang berbahagia, mungkin itu yang dapat kami sampaikan. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas partisipasinya, terima kasih kepada para panitia, dan mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Dari kami pribadi ada kurang lebihnya, mohon maaf. Saya akhiri, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Aji Damanuri, for the insightful keynote speech. The ideas shared have provided an important foundation for today's academic discussions and will certainly inspire all participants throughout the conference. Before we proceed to the prayer session, we are delighted to present a special cultural performance by the students of UIN Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo. The performance is entitled Tari Bedaya Chandra Kirana, a traditional dance inspired by Javanese cultural heritage, reflecting grace, harmony, and deep cultural values. Please welcome our student performers. What a graceful and beautiful performance. Thank you for bringing beauty, cultural identity, and local wisdom to this international academic gathering. As the final agenda of the opening ceremony, we will now proceed to the prayer. The prayer will be led by Mr. Khairul Daroji. Mr. Khairul Daroji, we respectfully invite you to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. لرضاي تعالى ولشفاعة رسول الله ولقضاء حاجاتنا الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا نائمين حمدا يوافي ويكافئ المزيد. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صلاة تنجينا بها من جميع الأهوال والآفات وتقضينا بها من جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع السيئات وترفعنا بها عندك على الدرجات وتبلغنا بها أقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات إنه سميع قريب مجيب دعوات قاضي الحاجات. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. رب اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khairul Daroji. Before we proceed to plenary session, we will have a photo session to capture this meaningful moment together. We kindly invite member of university leadership, the esteemed dean, distinguished invited speakers, co-host representatives, academic leaders, committee members, and all participants to join the photo session. For our online participants, please kindly turn on your cameras so that we can include you into the documentation. For documentation team, please proceed. Okay, the documentation team, please help to prepare. Yeah. For all participants in this room, please rise so that the documentation team can take photo for all of us together. Please be ready for the team. Okay. Okay, we will count. Okay. Formal pose. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. We will pose like this. Okay, ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3. Okay, mungkin unggul, nggih, Bapak Ibu nggih? Nggih. Unggul. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Oke. Oke, FEBI nggih, mohon lakukan FEBI, nggih Bapak Ibu semuanya. 1, 2, 3. Sudah, oke. ada lagi posenya? Sudah cukup? Oke, thank you very much. Please be seated again, distinguished guest. Thank you for documentation team. You may return to your place. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate everyone's cooperations. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants, this officially concludes this opening ceremony. We will shortly continue with the plenary session featuring our distinguished invited speakers. Please remain in the room and stay connected to the conference platform. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu mungkin kita
Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Tridharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals. Islamic Economics, Islamic Banking, Zakat and Waqf Management, Islamic Accounting, and Islamic Business Management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the business incubator and ZISWAF laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the entrepreneurship laboratory. We provide spaces to grow up together, to discuss, collaborate, recharge, and find balance between academic and spiritual life. We believe limitation should never define your future. Through diverse scholarship opportunities, outstanding student achievement, and international academic forums such as AICIE, we empower our students to excel, compete, and connect globally. Beyond the classroom, we shape character to real experiences, community engagement, and meaningful values. FEBI UIN Ponorogo, faithful, academic, and impactful, empowering a generation to make a difference.
All right. Distinguished guests, we are now entering one of the most anticipated parts of today's conference, the plenary session. This session will bring together distinguished scholars from different academic contexts and countries, offering valuable perspectives on Islamic economics and its relevance to contemporary global issues. We are honored to welcome our invited speakers. First, Professor Dr. Mary Abati from Western Sydney University, Australia, who will join us online. Second, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar Adnan from Universitas Yarsi, Indonesia, who is present with us on site. Third, Professor Dr. Mehmet Esutai from Durham University, United Kingdom, who will also join us online. This session will be guided by our moderator. We hope this plenary session will open a rich academic conversation and inspire further research collaboration and innovation. Therefore, we would like to invite the moderator to lead the plenary session. To the moderator, the session is yours.
Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. So, reminder, please kindly turn off your mobile phones during our sessions. For online participants, we hope you stay muted during our session. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all attendees. Good evening for Dr. Maria Bati, who is already joining us online in Zoom meeting. My name is Risti, and I will be your moderator for this session. This year's conference, we bring the theme, Strengthening Islamic Finance Ecosystem Sustainability by integrating halal value chains, governance, and Sharia accounting in a fragmented global economy. So we want to raise the issue because to reflect more on how Islamic economics can be more adopted in a principled and practical way. So without further ado, we'll begin with our first speaker, Dr. Maria Bati. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
I'm good, Alhamdulillah. Would you be able to share my slides?
Okay. So we will talk with Dr. Maria Bati regarding the Islamic finance and women financial inclusion. This topic is a growing importance as how today Islamic finance industry seeks to promote not only economic growth but also how we want to promote social equity and inclusive participation. With Dr. Maria Bati, she holds LLB and LLM from University of Melbourne and earned her PhD from Monash University. So Dr. Maria Bati, the floor is yours. You have around 30 to 40 minutes. For the audience, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Bati.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think it's morning time in Indonesia.
Yes.
Am I correct? So good morning to all of you. And many, many thanks to the organizing committee to organize such a wonderful conference, the annual International Conference on Islamic Economics. Thank you so much for hosting us today and for inviting me. So my name is Maria Bati. and I'm a senior lecturer at Western Sydney University in the School of Law. Today, I want to talk about Islamic finance, law, and women's financial inclusion. But I want to do it in a way where I can link it also a little bit to Indonesia. So, but really my focus is on Australia. My research is based in Australia. And so my hope is that by the end of the talk today, you can see some links as well. So if we move on to slide 2, let's begin with Indonesia first, because this is where all of you are currently located. I wish I could come and visit you. So if we could move on to slide 2. So Indonesia has the largest Muslim population in the world. And over the last decade, the government has built real infrastructure for Sharia finance. As you can see, slide 2, if you move on there. A National Islamic Economy Master Plan, as many of you know, coordinated by Bank Sharia Indonesia, the country's largest Islamic bank, which has been formed by merging the 3 state banks. So the target is ambitious. If you're able to move to my second slide, I can show you that 90% financial inclusion by 2024 was the initial target that they tried to reach, because there was research actually done by Women's World Bank. So you've got 3 authors, if you'll see in my next slide, that help explain how Indonesia tried to really focus on women's financial inclusion. Yet still they say that 33 million Indonesian women are still outside the formal financial system entirely. Are you able to see my second slide?
Okay, please wait a minute, Doctor.
No.
We are still working.
Okay, excellent. Yep, I can see it now. So this is what I was talking about, that there is some initial research done, you can see at the bottom of my slide, by 3 authors, and it was led by the Women's World Bank. And they found 4 types of customers in Indonesia: women who choose Sharia purely on faith, women who choose it only because if the cost matches conventional finance, and women simply looking for the cheapest option, and women who stick with whatever they already know. And on the provider side, regulation is still catching up to Malaysia's. So for example, infrastructure that lags, low financial literacy rates that are specific to Sharia products, and a footprint, according to their research, that barely extends past Java and Bali. So this Indonesian research is something that has been done before. I have not done it myself, but I've tried to actually link it with my Australian research. So Indonesia already recognizes Islamic finance. It's a Muslim country. But even recognizing Islamic finance in Indonesia as a Muslim country has not closed the gap for women. Women are still left out. So then what happens in Australia? A country that is not a Muslim country, it's a secular country. And as we know, Islamic finance is still at very early stages there. So if we move on to the next slide, you can see the context for Australia. In Australia, we have a very different setting than obviously Indonesia. It's secular, slide 3. It's market-orientated financial system, and Islamic finance sits outside the formal regulation. So Muslim women face layered barriers. They have their gender, so they've got caregiving expectations, unequal say over property decisions. Then there's religion, because Muslim women mostly, not all, will want an Islamic finance product because of the prohibition on riba, which rules out the main Islamic finance products which exist in Australia, which are obviously secular based. And then you've got migration. So a lot of the Muslims in Australia, they've migrated from a different country. So they've got language barriers and they've got unfamiliarity with the system. And there's also racism and there's also a class issue, which compounds all of these issues. So we saw that recognition without design, what that achieves in Indonesia, right? This part of the talk is the opposite. So what happens in a country like Australia where there's no recognition at all? So if we can move to slide 4. My paper, which you can have a read, it was recently published in an Australian journal, law journal, called Griffith Law Review. It's a doctrinal and regulatory analysis of 2 Islamic financial instruments, which most of you will obviously be very familiar with. So you've got the Qard Hasan, benevolent loan, and you've got the Waqf, charitable endowment. And it makes 2 contributions. It says something unexplored, the relationship between Islamic finance and a sense of belonging in a Muslim minority country. So financial participation as part of civic life, not separate from it. Second, it applies what's known as intersectional lens, specifically to women, asking how gender and religion interact together to shape who gets Australia's financial system and who doesn't. Okay, so if we move to slide 5, I use a theoretical framework. I used this word before. It's called intersectionality. Basically, you may have heard of this if you were in women's or gender studies. So there is an author, there's a scholar, well-known, Kimberly Crenshaw, which says when you're looking at so many different layers, such as gender, religion, migration, race, and class, these are different issues that women are facing, right? And so that's known as intersectionality, that you have to look at all these different factors together as compounding, not as separate boxes to tick. I also look at another framework called critical discourse studies, which shows how legal and institutional language represents Muslim women as empowered decision makers or as cautious dependent figures who need protecting. How are Muslim women framed in Australia? And the framing theory looks at how words like halal financing or Sharia compliant do real work. How this label, Sharia finance, signals legitimacy, and they shape who counts as a legitimate, as a proper financial participant. I'm not sure if the slides are working, but if you move on to slide 6, what does exclusion look like in Australia? Because we have actual financial exclusion in Australia as well, where more than 3 million adults are financially excluded and 2.4 million are financially vulnerable. 43% of working age Muslims are not in the labor force at all. So many Muslims in Australia are not working, and women make up most of that. And remember, Muslims are just 3.2% of the Australian population, but there's a high rate of low financial literacy among Muslim women as well. And we've seen, as you'll see in my research, some collapses with Islamic finance industry providers, cases which made a loss, and then that ended up impacting the consumers, and I argue that it has the biggest impact on women. So slide 7, basically in my research, I looked at Qard Hasan. So many of you will be familiar with these 2 products, and Waqf. So many of you already know Qard Hasan is an interest-free loan. So the borrower repays only the principal, not the interest. And it actually comes from a verse in the Quran, Qard Hasan, right? So many of you will know this. And so it's a real community building strategy. And in Australia, it exists, but through community microfinance, not through banks. And then Waqf also exists in Australia. Awqaf Australia, you can have a look at it, is one of the organizations in Australia. And basically, many of you will know what Awqaf is, right? Where you have an asset that's frozen and it's used to permanently, so it's perpetual, it's ongoing, to benefit the public, to fund schools, hospitals, water systems. You have this system already in place in Indonesia. And it really reflects, as many of you will know, maqasid al-Sharia, the idea that wealth, you save it to preserve it for the good of the community. So in Australia, Waqf also is operating. And in Australia, it's known as the charitable trusts. But again, it exists outside the banking system. So if you move on to slide 8, what does this look like on the ground? On the community side, you've got a real working infrastructure. So you've got organizations in Australia such as Awqaf Australia that run dedicated Waqf funds for family welfare and youth programs, counseling, education, domestic violence support. We also have the National Zakat Foundation, which pairs zakat administration with housing and legal help. We used to also have a program. There's a really nice initiative in Australia called Good Shepherd, and it's a Christian organization which offers no interest loans. So the Muslim community, they partnered with the Christian organization Good Shepherd, a great example of interfaith, to launch no interest loan schemes up to, let's say, 1,500 Australian dollars to buy a fridge, to buy a household good such as a washing machine. And they also had this program, which is very helpful, I argue, for Muslim women facing financial hardship. But, institutionally, it's very hard. We do not have an Islamic bank in Australia. United Kingdom does, as I'll speak about soon, but Australia does not. We have Islamic financial institutions. MCCA is the biggest Islamic financial institution in Australia. But the Islamic Bank Australia, they tried to set it up and they didn't raise enough money, enough capital, so it didn't go ahead. So if you move on to the next slide, the United Kingdom is different, okay? Because they have an Islamic bank and they have legislation that caters for Islamic finance. Australia does not. We are still behind, and many people argue it's because the Muslim population in Australia is less and it's newer. In the United Kingdom, there's more Muslim population and they've been there for a longer time. So if you move on to my next slide, I'll quickly wrap up because I know we have other presenters as well. But I want to bring Indonesia and Australia back together. So my argument is this: recognition is necessary, but it's not sufficient. Indonesia shows us that even with a national master plan, a state-backed Islamic bank, products and marketing still default to a generic customer that isn't necessarily a woman. Then Australia shows us the other extreme, that without any recognition at all, the regulatory system quietly builds a neutral financial subject, and anything Islamic gets treated as a deviation from that norm. So whether it's through design defaults or regulatory silence, the effect is still the same. We need, to put it in very simple words, we need Islamic finance to cater for women. Because women, they run the economy, they manage the households. And so it's very important for Islamic finance, whether in Indonesia or whether in Australia, to actually cater for women and their needs. And this is something very much part of our faith as well. If you look at Waqf, the Waqf structure, many Muslim women historically were behind the Waqf structure and set up charitable trusts, set up Awqaf. And so women are very much part of our Islamic history, and making Islamic finance products that cater for women and increase financial literacy and inclusion for women is very much part of Maqasid al-Sharia as well. So conclusion, next slide. What does including women actually mean? Number one, it's not just recognition of Islamic finance, because Indonesia recognizes Islamic finance, but still the research shows that women's literacy is still low. Number two, representation drives agency. So from frontline staff here in Indonesia to community boards in Australia, having more women involved in these organizations and the designing of these products is actually what's needed. And number three, reform has to happen everywhere, okay? Regulatory, accommodation, but also a shift that treats Islam and women as central to economic participation. So thank you so much again, Terima kasih, for having me here. We began this talk here in Indonesia, where recognition already exists for Islamic finance. What's still ahead is representation. And that's what I want to leave you with. This question: what can Indonesia do to increase financial literacy and financial inclusion for women using Islamic principles, using Islamic finance principles, structures such as awqaf, structures such as microfinance, Qard Hasan. So this is some research that I think will be very interesting to do, especially to compare Indonesia and what's happening in Malaysia. Terima kasih, thank you very much, and I'd welcome your questions. Thank you again for having me here. It's my honor, and I'd like to thank all the organizers of this wonderful conference, the annual International Conference on Islamic Economics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Bati. It is our honor to had your very insightful presentation. So as we see, the inclusion alone is already a challenge for us, especially for the Islamic banks, Islamic microfinance, and etc. But for women, it is more than a challenge, I believe. So Dr. Maria, a short question for your research, for your presentation. Do you think has a greatest impact for us, whether it is a top-down regulatory push from the government, or should we elaborate more on how we can improve our bottom-up financial products, so we lead by how Islamic banks, Islamic microfinance can explore their options and such. So it is whether it is a top-down push or we should elaborate from the bottom down.
This is an excellent question. Thank you so much for asking. I think it will be different depending on which jurisdiction we look at. So if it is Indonesia, I think bottom-up is very much needed. Because you already have the regulatory support from the government. So I think in Indonesia, it's bottom-up. It should be community-focused. How can women be more involved at the higher level when they're designing products? So it shouldn't be men designing products for women. It should be women designing products for women. And in Australia, it's the same thing, but we also do need top-down, because in Australia, we have no recognition of Islamic finance by the Australian government. They promised us, and they didn't deliver. So again, I think in Indonesia, it's definitely bottom-up. The government can help, but I think that, you already have that recognition of Islamic finance. You definitely need the government support. But there's a real issue with financial literacy and financial inclusion. And can we find a way to improve financial literacy and financial inclusion for women through Islamic principles? That's the key question. And then how do you implement that?
We do hope both approach is working for us, because we need the support from the political effort and also from our innovation from our people in banking and Islamic finance sector. Thank you very much, Dr. Bati. Our apologies for running late today for your session. We hope to see you in person for the next conference. Maybe we had the chance to meet on site. We will meet with Dr. Bati again on Q&A session later after we finish with Professor Mehmet. Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Bati. Please give your biggest applause for her. So firstly, because we are running late for the first session, I would like to remind you short housekeeping notes for this plenary session. Questions and answer session will be conducted after all the three speakers deliver their lecture. We will give chance for 3 on-site questions and 3 online questions. And this will be conducted after all the presenters finish their lecture. Once again. Next, we will move to our second speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar Adnan, who is already joining us here on site. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar. Professor, it is an honor to have you here in Ponorogo. We hope you had a pleasant stay here in Ponorogo.
Sorry?
We hope you had a pleasant stay here in Ponorogo. So before we start the presentation, I will briefly read the professor's curriculum vitae. May I, Professor? Yeah. So it is my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar Adnan, a distinguished scholar in Islamic accounting and finance from the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas AICIE. Professor earned a bachelor in accounting from Universitas Gajah Mada and both MBA and PhD from the University of Wollongong, Australia. Today, Professor has held academic and leadership roles at several universities in Indonesia and Malaysia. His research focuses on Islamic accounting, zakat and waqaf governance, Islamic finance and management, and he has served on Badan Pengelola Keuangan Haji, a supervisory board on Indonesia's Hajj Fund Management, or BPKH. So, Professor Adnan, how can Islamic economics adapt to ensure sustainability? We are very eager to hear your perspective. So please, the floor is yours. 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear moderator, FEBI Mu'afiyah Rector, ya. Dr. Wirawan Fadli, Vice Rector 2, my colleague Dr. Aji Damanuri, the Dean of FEBI, and 3 deans who attend also this occasion, according to a record I got. The Dean of the Cohos, and Prof. Mehmet, my colleague from Durham, and of course Dr. Maria Bati from Sydney. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is my pleasure to be here, to be invited by you to share a little bit what I can share from, of course, my point of view. This big topic actually, not easy topic for me to deliver because it's starting from the global perspective to the micro accounting. That's why it takes time for me to prepare this kind of presentation. Anyhow, because I'm limited by time, so I have to go a bit faster, right? Okay, thank you. Well, okay, can you show my slide, please? So that we can just discuss my slide, please. Can you show it?
Yeah, calling the IT team to present Professor's slide on.
I prefer to stand actually, but
it's
because
okay.
it is uncommon for me to sit like this one. I'm a lecturer. I have to be standing in front of my student, but it's okay. I try to be sitting first. Otherwise, I'll move there.
Yeah,
do you mind?
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Okay. Can you show my slide, please? So that we can start. Also, most of the comment that used to be addressed to me that I'm talking a bit fast. If you think so, remind me. That's my problem, not your problem, okay?
So it is okay for me to interrupt?
It's okay. Please be okay. What do you think? Can I just stand there?
Yeah.
Because I can see also, okay, let me try to stand right.
Please be seated.
Okay.
Yeah. yet. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as I mentioned before, the topic is which was given to me is a bit hard actually, starting from global up to the accounting, which is so micro. Okay. Anyhow, I'm trying to do my best to prepare this kind of invitation and material. So we are going to talk about strengthening Islamic financial ecosystem sustainability by integrating value change, halal value change, then governance and Sharia accounting in a fragmented global economy. All right? Okay, next slide, please. Next, please. Hello? Okay. So, in doing so, I try to divide my speech into 6 parts. Okay. First, we start with the structural transformation and global economic fragmented, as just now has been mentioned by the Dean. Then we go to energy crisis, Middle East geopolitics, we know that already, and stagflation risk. Then we try to talk about integrating the 3 pillars that we have known as well. That is halal value chains, governance, and Sharia accounting. Then we go to the Islamic financial innovation. Yeah? We know we have zakat, we have wakaf, and green sukuk, which is recently also talked by many. Then we talk about technical execution details, and we try to go to the output that expected by this conference. And finally, we come to the strategic recommendation and policy brief that can be done later, inshallah. Okay, next slide, please. Well, we know this already. Yeah, the economy now is fragmented severely, and if you see recently, we know how Trump a few months ago tried to disrupt the whole economy of the global by applying the tax rate for import and export from and to US. And you know, and now recently, what they did, they are attacking Iran together with Israel, and we know about that. This is among the way we come to deglobalization today. Well, before we have come to the globalization, but now we are coming back to the deglobalization. Yeah? And because of that, we are now trying to drive increased demand for resilient ethical finance. Next, please. Anyhow, we are happy to say that, look, our asset in Islamic finance is also growing so far. Let's say starting from this best of data that I get from 2018, and the data that I got is in 2024, where we have already 5.98 trillion, and it is expected to grow more until 2030. It's about 9.7 trillion, hopefully, right? That's just assumption, and that's our prediction. So the point is, we are hoping that all are going well, right? And if you see from the map, the GCC is still dominating. It contributes about 32%. Then we are in South Asia contribute 13%, while Africa contribute 90%, and the rest are by others. Okay, so these 2 things that we are now having together. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. In the other side, this is our principle here. The maqasid that now we are also learning every day, right? We have, for example, hifdul din, we have hifdul nafas, we have hifdul aql, hifdul nasl, until hifdul mal. Okay? This is our pillar that now we are trying to implement in our economic life, right? Together with that, we also have SDG with 17 points. And these 2 things actually can be related to each other, right? And because of that, when we see the next slide of the day, not next slide, but next picture, we have here some combination, right, between Islamic finance, Sharia principle, sustainable development goals, and before that, please, can you enlarge it again? Okay, good, thank you. And then a global sustainability, and we can see here that some similarities in between among them, right? So we should have distributed justice, ethical-based climate action. At the same time, we have to have financial inclusion for poverty alleviation. Yeah? So actually, we can relate each other between these two things. Yeah? These two basic. One is from our side, one of them from the world side. Okay. Next, please. More than that, this is also our principle, right? We have what we call justice and equality, al-adl. Then we have responsibility, amana, and of course, well-being, maslaha. Yeah. So the point that we may say here is, Islamic finance is not just about compliance, but about materializing global sustainability through noble ethical principles, yeah? which now or recently are left, what do you call that? Yeah, not done by everybody. Until now, we can see some problem among the countries in economy. Okay, next, please. Well, based on three things just I mentioned, we can compare now between Islamic finance and conventional finance. We you can compare between two things, right? Investment triggers. If we are using the Islamic principle, we talk about impact and ethic. Yeah? While if we see from conventional point of view, they're talking only financial profit. Yeah? And then from risk profile, yeah? We are sharing risk, like ownership. Well, for them, they just talk about risk transfer or debt. Yeah? And then in ESG criteria, we apply Sharia compliance plus integrated ESG. But for them, they just use regulatory compliance plus extra ESG. Long-term impact, of course, we hope that will better by systemic and general sustainability, just market fluctuation and short-term pressure. That's what has been seen until today, actually. Yeah? And of course, because of that, we hope that we will have resilience during crisis and green growth, but for them, they have vulnerable in bubbles and speculation. Yeah? So based on these two things, we believe that what we are having is better than them, actually. Next, please. Okay, now we come to the third thing, halal value chain. What is it? First, we talk the definition. It is about logistic and halal standard integration from source to the end, to the consumers. Also guarantee of integrity and at every stage. And then fulfillment of the tayyib quality aspect. From economic and ethical importance, we have here two things. Economic expanding global market access and increasing consumer trust. This one thing that also we have to concern about. And then ethical, fairness in trade, social welfare, and food safety. And this is, the process of the chain, starting from farming livestock, and then processing factory, and then distribution and logistic, and finally come to the return. Where in everything, in every state here, we have to have this one. Source, for example, we have the free from shubhat or doubt or something, and najis, or the impurity. In processing, we should have the hygienic protocols and equipment free from haram, forbidden things. And in distribution, we also have handling segregated from non-halal products. And finally, the guarantee of the trust and quality. This is the chain that we have to have using the halal process, right? Next, please. Then, see here, if you do this, you can follow every step by this one. Sharia checkpoint from the first, second, until the end. This is what we call as halal value chain framework. That's why it is actually a guarantee for everyone that one will have, or society will have better thing than other model. Okay, next please. Okay, this is when we are saying in the implementation, right, in more detail. Starting from here, from the source, just now from the farming, where we are doing some audit point here, and in process audit, checkpoint in the factory, and in delivery as well, until coming to the distribution point. So we can see how everything is done well to protect the ummah from something bad. Okay, next, please. Now we come to the more micro thing. Okay, in Islam, you know that we have this kind of thing. We have policy formulation approval. We have SSB, Shariah's purpose report. Yeah? However, this is not well done yet, yeah? But we believe that in the more time it is going to be better. Okay, so we have the policy formulation, we have compliance risk management, we have internal Sharia audit. Yeah? We also compliance and risk management, internal Sharia audit, and of course external Sharia reporting disclosure. Yeah? Because of that, we can see here the key components. Yeah? First, of course, SSB just now we mentioned, and then robust Sharia compliance framework and policies, rigorous internal and external Sharia auditing, transparent Sharia reporting to stakeholders, and of course, continuous Sharia training for our staff. And that one is the benefit that we can have by applying this all. Yeah? Okay, next please. Okay, the same thing with the same framework. Then we can see the gap. This is a challenge. Yeah? The critical gap that we have to be aware as well. Yeah? That we have to be ready to mitigate it. Yeah? Limited and uneven global adoption, until the shortage of the qualified Sharia scholars. We hope that UIN will contribute in that area because they are producing more scholars who can contribute more in this practice. Okay, next please. Now, we come to accounting, right? In much more detail, right? In much more, well, in accounting, we talk about recognition, valuation, presentation. Yeah? Because of that, we are lucky that we have already OIF and FAST, right, in Indonesia, right? That's in Dubai, where we are having about accountability to Allah and shareholders, not to just shareholders. But capital thing, we just limiting ourselves to the capital shareholders. But for us, no, we are accountable to Allah. Recognition, asset-based prohibition of riba and the trading, valuation, fairness and substance of for the specific valuation method, and in presentation, we separate disclosure between and halal, suku, and income, right? Besides that, we have also already have IFRS, where we can combine between these two things. But anyhow, we still have gap. What are they? First, ethical foundation and social responsibility emphasis, prohibited contract treatment, financing structure differences, and asset impairment and fair value changes, and transaction detail. These all things must be thought deeper so that we can bridge them in the future time, inshallah. Okay, next. So this is an example, right, on how we are presenting our report. And it is different to what has been done in capital perspective, right? In capitalist perspective. Because, for example, we are including zakat fund, but for zakat, I have something that a bit different to others. I don't know, how do you treat zakat? Is zakat so far you are treated as expense or what? If you see from our rules so far, zakat is still treated as part of the expenses. In my thing, it is not correct. It must be deducted from the amwal, actually, from the capital, from the, capital, equity. Yeah? But anyhow, you can see one of my articles talking about that actually zakat should not be part of, this one is correct, right? From the equity. Yeah? But in practice so far, if you see from the accounting rules, it is treated so far as expenses. Okay, so this is the stages. We have profit calculation, then we have, for example, mudharabah, profit sharing, then zakat computation, finally, fund distribution to the related parties. We have the right to have it. Okay, can go further, one more slide. Okay, now we need to integrate them into a framework. Between this one, key objective, halal value change, integration, and Sharia governance oversight, and the other part of the halal value change, Sharia governance oversight, Sharia accounting transparency, and overall outcome. So we can put them into one so that we will have better situation. We combine between halal value change, Sharia governance, and Sharia accounting, so that we can have integrated sustainable ecosystem, inshallah. Okay, next please. Yeah. Next, please. Okay. Okay, this is just a case studies, right? Where we can see from two points. One is in Malaysia, yeah. We have no, they are a bit advanced as compared to us, and this one is in case study in GCC, yeah, around Dubai and so on, right? This is just a case study on how they are doing so, right? Initial stuff in from pre-1990s until recently, right? Today, they have already sustainable ecosystem. Okay, next please. So now the challenge to implementation, right? Because there are some gaps just now we mentioned, and that's why we have to be aware of this kind of challenges. First, of course, we are still having what we call as lack of uniformity. Even between us and Malaysia, we are different in somehow, right? Some point that we are saying here halal, over there is not halal, and the opposite, right? So that's why this is one of the big challenges, I believe, that we don't have yet the uniformity, but this is also common. Then also gaps regulatory, inconsistent and non-existent between some countries. And then data fragmentation. That's another big job that in front of us, right? And then, of course, capacity building shortage, right? That's what, here, I think campus can contribute a lot, on how we are contributing to increase the capacity building, right? And other thing, this one, resistant to change. This one also found almost widely, right? I can see even in some, for example, I know about this in West Sumatra, which is known as the Mecca as well. In Aceh, they can change, they can convert into Islamic bank fully. But in West Sumatra, they are failed. Even though they say they are Islamic, because of this one. Some of them are resistant to change. They are still locked to the capitalism system. And this one also, you know that our AICIE is not followed by all Islam countries. Some of them, yes, but some of them are not. They are changing. That's why. These are some points that we have to be careful with, to think deeper and work together. So that finally we have more uniform, more similarity between countries. Okay. So next. Okay, if you do analysis, this is the condition, right? We take here two aspects, likelihood and impact. Resistance to change is a bit high. That's why it is not easy job to be done. We have also here, just as I mentioned, capacity building. Low in likelihood and also low in impact. But then if we move there, we have a skill shortage. This is our problem, and also non-compliance to the AICIE. And then that one, the red one, high in impact and high in likelihood. Divergent interpretation, data silos, and inconsistent regulation frameworks. So these are the big job that I believe all of us should think about. Okay, so that's why we need to identify key Sharia, assess the likelihood, prioritize the mitigation effort, and of course to ensure finally sustainable integration. Okay, next please. Okay, finally, this is what we are, opportunities and innovation solutions that we can offer. Here, the green sukuk. I am not sure that how many of us have been close with that, but this is just an example, right? Eco-friendly, Sharia compliant, solar energy project, and wind power generation, sustainable infrastructure. Here we can see circular economy. We hope that we will produce zero waste, regenerate, reduce it first, remanufacture, recycle, until finally we can remanufacture it and back to the zero waste. That's what we are dreaming together. Okay, next. Yep, still continue, right? The blockchain now, blockchain to the AI. That's why you can use now the current situation, the current development, using, for example, AI. This just now we mentioned sukuk trading application, automated compliance, supply chain traceability, until we have now halal digital sukuk. Yeah? And that one, using the AI to help us. Yeah? Yeah? AI quality control, predictive risk analysis, AI quality control, halal verification, and so on. So these are some innovative solutions that we may think about. Yeah? But it is taking a lot of energy, of course. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, this is strategy recommendation, right? Yeah? First, of course, we have to establish robust, even though not easy, but we have to do that. Yeah? Establish robust regulatory frameworks. Okay, then followed by capacity building and talent development. This is our job here as campus, right? And then, of course, after that, we have to have standardized governance and reporting. Okay, and then, of course, we can develop integrated digital ethical finance, and finally, we can have foster global halal leadership, inshallah. Yeah, that's the expected outcome over there. This is the imperative or the strategy imperative. Yeah? So this is the way I believe can be done, can be chosen and done to realize our dream to have the better situation in economy. Okay. Well, next. Yeah. Yeah. So this is the future outlook and call to action. Yeah. Yeah. From here, for example, global halal market leadership, sustainable ethical finance ecosystem, unified global, if it's not easy, right? Unified global regulatory standard, right? Technically driven and halal economy. Yeah? Over there, yeah, call to action, right? What? Join the global halal accelerator, adopt unified halal standard. Again, not easy. Invest in sustainable innovation and build a resilient digital future. Okay, that's the way we are empowering sustainable and ethical global economy together, inshallah. Okay, next. Okay, this is the conclusion now. So global halal leadership can be achieved through unity in standard and innovation. Again, I'm saying it is no easy job, but it must be done. All right. Then robust Sharia governance. Again, to support it, we need this one. Then we have also digital ethical finance. Must be the bedrock of our sustainable future. And finally, our collective action today shape an ethical and prosperous tomorrow, inshallah. Okay? So that we can have this kind of ecosystem, Sharia governance, halal value change, and Sharia accounting. Yeah? Integrated, becoming sustainable ecosystem. Yeah? Okay. Next. Well, I think that's all what I can share with you. I don't know, I'm so fast talking so fast or not, but I hope you can get the point that I'm going to share with you all. Otherwise, we can discuss it after the session is ended later, inshallah. So I give back the time to the moderators. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It feels like we are attending a Malaysian lecturer, Prof. So may I have a brief discussion with you? Yeah, so this is a very comprehensive presentation. We begin with the Maqasid Sharia, and then we talk more about artificial intelligence and such. But these days, in accounting department, we are having a big talk about IFRS S1 and S2 regarding the sustainability-related disclosure and climate-related disclosure. If I read in some news, this will be implemented in Indonesia in 2027, right? Yeah. So regarding this matter, do you think our industry is prepared enough to adopt the new regulation? As we see that we have already burdened with IFSB and such, like we have the double burden to have Islamic related disclosures, and now we have the burden also to disclose the climate related risks and such. Okay.
Thank you so much. Really hard question, I think.
Oh, really?
It is easy to answer, but it had to be implemented, right?
Yeah.
Because it needs really the commitment from all, right?
Yeah.
We can make rules, for example, but to be committed in many ways, we have this problem so far. Yeah? Even until today, let's say, how many countries still use IFRS fully or purely, and how many of them has combined into with the OIV product? So in this country also we are mixed, right? Even though we are Muslims, but how many are real Islamics? That's another problem. That's why, for example, I don't know. I've checked some pattern that many Islamic institutions in this country still use the non-Islamic bank. That's another example, right? Yeah. Even though Muslim, but still they prefer to use another bank, not Islam. Even though we have already Islamic bank. This in macro, in simple way. Right? Then when we talk about regulation, yeah, that's becoming harder. So, well, of course, first we have to be optimistic, but then we have to work hard so that we can make the dream realized, inshallah.
So we will mix the capacity buildings
Yes,
and such.
that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Back to the strategic implementation that you presented beforehand. Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much once again, Professor Ahyar. So is it Professor Ahyar or Professor Adnan? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So it's depend the first name or the last name. Okay. Yeah. So we will move to the last speaker, but I'm not sure. Professor Mehmet already joined us already or not. Okay, so while we still have 7 minutes until Professor Mehmet's session, while we're waiting for him to join us on Zoom online, I would like to open a short question and answer session. But later we will open it again. We will just open this as a brief moment to wait for for our third speaker. Maybe the audience on site and online have some queries for Dr. Maria Bati or Professor Adnan here. For online participants, you may use raise hand feature and please open your camera while giving us questions. From on-site participants, please raise your hand if you had queries. Please state your name, your affiliation, and which speaker you are directing your question for. Okay. Oh, sudah hadir. Oh, okay. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Okay, so we will resume our Q&A session later after Prof. Mehmet finished the presentation. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Mehmet.
Alaikum salam. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, Professor. Thank you
Yep,
for joining
well,
us online.
good afternoon to you all.
I know it is a very early morning in UK. Are you in UK?
Yes, I am, but it's the Fajr time. That's okay. It's manageable. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yeah, sorry. My microphone keeps, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Should I start?
Yeah. Okay. Check. Okay. So before starting the presentation, Professor, may I read a short curriculum vitae of yours?
Certainly. Thank you.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Mehmet Asutai currently serves as the director in Durham Center for Islamic Economics and Finance. Professor Mehmet holds degree in Economics and Finance from universities in Turkey and the United Kingdom, including a PhD from University of Leicester. The scholarly works has involved in the fields of Islamic moral economy, Islamic finance, and of course, the sustainable development. In recognition of his outstanding academic contribution, ladies and gentlemen, he is awarded the 2024 Islamic Development Bank ISDB Prize for impactful achievement in Islamic economics, for his influential work in advancing Islamic moral economy and promoting Islamic finance as a vehicle for sustainable and inclusive development. So this ISDB Prize is more like a Nobel Prize for us in Islamic economics. Congratulations, Professor, for
Thank
your
you.
achievement. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Mehmet Asutai. Professor, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's good to be here. Anything to do with Indonesia, it is good. I'm sorry that I'm not present in the campus, but being among you online, it gives me the pleasure again in the virtual realm to be with you all. And I wish you all the best for the success of the conference. I know it is the 5th annual International Conference on Islamic Economics, which shows that this is sustainable. And it is sustaining as the subject matter of the conference. I wish you all the best. The subject matters, the strengthening Islamic financial ecosystem, sustaining, integrating halal value chains, governance, and accounting in a fragmented global economy. The title of the conference, the main theme of the conference, of course, suggests quite an amount of different topical areas that we can relate to. The fragmented global economy is a reality that is happening around us. Being in the 21st century, we all thought that the world will move into peace and we will all live in the peace after having tragedies of the 20th century. But unfortunately, the political development suggests that the world will further be fragmented. Economies, societies, politics will be fragmented further. Of course, with that, the emergence of Islamic financial ecosystem, it is an exciting part of a new discourse, new policy, new practice, and also not only in terms of a financial practice, but also contributing to sustainability, but also peace in the world, we hope. And therefore, the whole definition of Islamic economics in the conferences, I got to learn the Indonesians, the way you people define Islamic economics as Rahmatul Alamin. And that Rahmatul Alamin, of course, in itself, the beneficence, the blessings of Allah to humanity, directly itself refers to sustainability and peace and overcoming the fragmentation. And therefore, the importance of governance. Governance, a particular way of not only Sharia governance in Islamic banks and financial institutions, but governance in terms of accessibility resources, and to ensure that all the stakeholders, including environment, can get its due right to be able to flourish, because sustainability relates to flourishing of human, flourishing of other existences that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created. And of course, with that, the accountability, the importance of accountability to overcome the challenges that we are living through. And hence my take up this morning, my morning, your afternoon, looking at ethical and moral emergence and sustainable development. And doing that, I'll be looking at Islamic moral economy. I'll be taking up lenses through the Islamic moral economy, Islamic political economy, and Islamic applied approach, which will become clearer when we go through the presentation. And these are important, very important lenses to help us to understand Islamic finance beyond just being a transaction. Just Islamic finance cannot be relegated only moving capital from A to B, but also a particular worldview, what I call started with the condition of Iqra. When Quran was revealed, the first verse relating to read in the name of Allah. Indeed, that reading is an important part because that relates to lenses, the lenses that we need to take up. In other words, the society of the time, people, they knew how to read and write, but they didn't have the lenses that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provide the way we can look at the world. So therefore, the Iqra condition directly relates to the way we are looking at the reality, the way we want to organize the resource accessibility, the way we want to ensure all the stakeholders have access for their nourishment and development. And hence, my take-up will be through that. So when we refer to, of course, strengthening Islamic financial ecosystem, system sustainability, we are referring a number of issues as the conference thematic areas. We have the halal value chains. We talk about the Sharia accountability, the governance, and interoperability and the resilience, how it can grow, but also resilience. And in doing that, we are expecting that it should not create any harm, but on the contrary, contribute to the development of humans, societies, and environment at the same time. And therefore, when we look at the whole sustainability narrative, the sustainability narrative is a moral architecture related question for us. With sustainable development becoming a global agenda, it directly tells us the capitalism has failed. And this is an official recognition that capitalism has failed. And therefore, looking at alternative ways of reorganizing societies around the resources, how societies can be reorganized to have access to those resources, but also enabling a natural environment to be able to renew itself, nourish itself, rather than being diminished. And therefore, sustainability has important consequences that unfortunately we are not discussing. And that is disciplinizing finance, disciplinizing, taming finance, because finance has taken up, and economics for that matter, taken up the proposition that you need to maximize at the expense of whatever doesn't matter. As long as when you move capital, you maximize your return, you maximize return on your investment, you have to maximize your profit and all that. And therefore, the moral architecture is missing. And with sustainability, the essence of the question have to disciplinize capital, have to bring it to in line with the stakeholders' expectations, rather than being a dominance, rather than dominating everything, an hegemonic power. Having an hegemonic power, as we have today, the corporate sector, the finance, the economy, with the financialization, they all become an hegemonic power over the other stakeholder, including over human. And therefore, what we see, huge debtness, the household debt, and I have to congratulate Indonesia for that, not being taken by that. But when you look at around you, what you see, including Southeast Asian countries, unfortunately, heavy household debt. That's something that we have to be concerned with, and how, therefore, Islamic finance is contributing to that as well. And therefore, sustainability relates to that moral architecture, questioning the domination of capital and disciplinizing capital, saying that, look, you cannot go for maximization. You have to add a layer, and that layer is the sustainability layer, and that comes to the moral architecture. What is the purpose? What is the limit? And hence the accountability. And therefore, what we see around us, how ecological crisis exposes, therefore, a value deficit. In other words, in our transactions, value is only determined by moving capital around. But what is the objective of this? What is the purpose? And what are the limits? And therefore, taming capital is an important part of the narrative. Similarly, market need moral limits and public purpose. In other words, we cannot just consider price established in the market is the price of Allah. Indeed, they say this is a statement from Ibn Taymiyyah, but he refers to the market that is established according to moral proposition of Islam, with the Islamic moral being hegemonic in that market, and hence the price established in that market is the price of Allah, because it considers all the impact to all the stakeholders. And therefore, markets need moral limits and public purpose. And therefore, the importance of HISPA, bringing accountability to market, has been an important contribution of Islamic civilization. Similarly, therefore, finance must become financing for real economy. Rather than moving capital as a zero-sum game and making profit out of nothing, Islamic position is very much clear that you cannot just move capital for the sake of capital. There has to be some positive outcome. Certain maslaha has to be produced out of that. And therefore, development, sustainable development, is judged as the outcome by flourishing, justice, and balance. So whether human flourishing, whether societal flourishing, whether ecological flourishing has to be there, justice between different stakeholders, their interest, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created all the stakeholders to reach their perfection, including human and ecology. And therefore, justice is very much relates to considering the needs of human and non-human existence around us to reach their perfection, and hence sustaining that balance. Balance has to be sustained the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created. And therefore, the initial equation is heavily important for us. The initial equation that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted to create a society of justice, al-adl, is important. So therefore, sustainable development becomes durable. It can be sustained only when ethical habits are translated into institutions, and therefore the Islamic civilization that has created its own institutions, and hence the importance of institutional logic is very much important here, the incentives and measurable responsibilities. Because the current discourse around sustainability, unfortunately, still accepts and sustains the domination of capital and return to capital, but it just asks us to be humble in the end, to consider environment in the end. No, Islamic sustainability, therefore, Islamic moral economy, Islamic political economy suggests no. From the beginning, the decision-making process has to internalize, has to endogenize, and therefore create an embedded system of decision-making that from the beginning, when the decision-making process starts, the impact that we are creating on all the stakeholders have to be considered. Not after ruining the environment, we impose a tax and correct it, or we impose a punishment to those people who created the problem. No, as we are having today. So we are today with sustainable development, you continue in your production function as it is, whether a bank or a firm, but in the end, just add a layer on top, moderate the consequences. No, Islam suggests that no, from the beginning, that has to be, all the stakeholders have to be considered in the value creation process, and hence the important distinctions that we have to consider. And therefore the incentive mechanism, economics will tell you that humans only incentivize because of the financial or because of the expectations of financial or economic gains. No, here a different worldview tells you that humans are incentivized because they want to get the blessing of Allah in this world and in the hereafter. Therefore, the importance of falah condition, getting salvation in this world and the hereafter. And therefore, when we look at the whole sustainability proposition of Islam is an embedded reality produced directly from the ontological source, from the knowledge of Islam. Being a Muslim, by definition, produces such results. And therefore, it is important for us to understand the sustainable development questions that is taking place around us, whether the ethical intentions become institutions and the sustainable outcomes can be produced. I guess nowadays we have Maqasid Sharia. You might have recently seen Securities Commission Malaysia produce the guide for Maqasid Sharia guide, how to tame Islamic capital markets, for instance. No, the question is not taming, how we can produce from the beginning, not as an additional layer, but a decision-making. And therefore, we have to look at Islamic moral economy proposition, the values, the virtues, the maqasid, and the falah. Islamic political economy's position, considering the power, distribution, governance, and accountability. Because without questioning resource accessibility and resource distribution, having the corporations dominating the resources that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provided for everyone to have access, unfortunately, we won't be able to talk about sustainable development. Therefore, the importance of Islamic applied approach to ensure that instruments, processes, impact, measurement, and learning is there for us. And all these three lenses are complementary for us to understand, because morality through Islamic moral economy, we identify purpose. Islamic political economy exposes the structures and institutes Islamic structures in resource accessibility. And applied design builds workable institutions for us. And therefore, sustainable directly relates falah, the salvation of human in this world, in the hereafter, because it is very much the actions and the behavioral norms that we develop, and hence institutions that we create produces that salvation condition for us to consider. And therefore, looking at the purposeful intention, what is the intention? Is the intention to continue the things that we do as usual, or proposing something different? And that's the Iqra condition, the Iqra read in the name of Allah. So that directly comes with a particular responsibility to reorganize society and the resource accessibilities. The importance of akhlaq as a virtue and the character is not only akhlaq, but the virtue ethics. Virtue ethics directly refers that not only intention, but also the consequences have to be considered in the process. And therefore, the understanding the importance of amana, a trustworthy exchange, is an essential part of sustainable development process that we are proposing within Islamic moral political economy. And hence the applied approach, the inclusive governance. It is again, when we look at the world, unfortunately, global governance, there is hardly any inclusivity. Individuals and institutions, including United Nations, unfortunately, taking up one-sided decisions rather than considering all the stakeholders and the interests of all the parties in the question. As we can see, the silence on the side of United Nations when the catastrophe happens, when the genocides happens, unfortunately. And therefore, the importance of maslaha, a maslaha for society, considering the public interest, but an integrated public interest, not a delusional maslaha that we are creating through Islamic banking and finance today. For instance, allowing organized tawarruk. Again, Indonesia has to be congratulated for that, not allowing, but as something, organized tawarruk has been made haram by the Islamic Fiqh Academy, yet Islamic banking without any shunning practices organized tawarruk, and hence not delusional maslaha, but integrated maslaha through substantive ethics of Islam, and it is only with the substantive morality and maslahah that is based on substantive morality that can produce the results, so that the falah of human salvation in this world and the hereafter can be achieved, a public benefit and flourishing society with maslahah and individuals with falah. And therefore, ethical emergence can only happen when repeated virtues become social norms. So we are talking about social norms. It is not just the virtues or the behavioral norm, but it is repeated. It comes, therefore, the importance of virtue ethics, Islamic virtue ethics. And they become norms, and then durable institutions are produced as a result. Therefore, when we look at Islamic moral, political, economic constitutions, directly tells us the nature of this sustainability, the embedded sustainability that we are discussing. Because Tawheed, on the one hand, being the complementarity and unity, suggests that all the interests of the stakeholders have to be considered in the process. The decision-making process have to consider the interests of all the stakeholders, because Allah created them, and therefore complementarity. I complement you, we complement society, all of us complements the ecology, environment, and etc. The Rububiyyah condition therefore suggests that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created everything and everyone to reach their perfection. Okay, that's the potential, that's the sustainable development. How we can enable everyone and everything around us to reach their perfection as fitra condition, as a development condition, and hence providing the opportunity space for that. And of course, with that, the taskiya condition, which suggests that, yes, we have to grow, everything has to grow, but there's a limit. That what is that limit? Is the moral condition. It is my development cannot be, my growth cannot be at the expense of your growth. Our growth cannot be at the expense of environment. And therefore, taskiya suggests that growth can only be happen in harmony with the interests of other stakeholders, because Tawhid says, because Rububiyyah says. And therefore, the whole adala condition, everything and everyone's interests have to be considered so that the adala can be, justice can be achieved. And therefore the importance of human being having the trusteeship of over power, the property, knowledge, as well as risk as an amana and not absolute possession. And therefore it is the responsibility, the stewardship responsibility of humans to deliver that. Because Maqasid directly tells us development protects and enhances life, intellect, dignity, wealth, family, and ecology. And hence, these are important consequences that we have to produce whatever the transactions we have. And therefore, the outcome as a result of that, falah for individuals through ihsan. Ihsan is the sustaining the equilibrium that we have around us, ensuring that all the stakeholders achieve their objectives, flourishing for all the stakeholders. And therefore, Tawhid unifies meaning, Rububiyyah grounds the provision, and Khilafah assigns the trusteeship, and Adala secures justice. Taskiya transforms agency in terms of behavioral norm, and Maqasid directs policy, and Falah or Ihsan defines success. And that is very much the framework, the Islamic moral, political, economic constituents that we are talking. Therefore, when we look at a particular value ecology that we have to consider for our sustainable development proposition, from the Islamic moral, political, economic perspective, economic activity or financial activity is legitimate when it expands capabilities, it protects dignity, the Maqasid conditions, and it reduces harm while preserving ecological balance. And therefore, the institutional logic has to change. Moving from profit maximization as an end to profit as a disciplinized means of serving human and the ecological flourishing. And hence my earlier comments here, Islamic moral political economy suggests that sustainability can only be possible when capital is disciplinized in a particular way, the ICRA condition. And therefore, we have to move from maximization. And therefore, I would ask that question, very silly question, whether 5 is superior to 4, whether 4 is superior to 5, or 5 equal to 4. Because that question directly suggests that, of course, we all have been taught that 5 is superior. But no, when you add values on it, when you have an investment which has a riba, but it gives you 5, but you have an investment which gives you 5 with an interest, but 4, it gives you a return of 4 without interest. For you as a Muslim, 4 is superior to 5. You see the understanding how we are shifting the ground entirely, because the objective of Islamic moral economy to consider all the stakeholders that their interest. And therefore we have to ask the question with the sustainability that we are referring, whether we remove barriers, whether we overcome barriers in resource accessibility, whether we empower people, whether we provide a grant for emancipated individual, or with Islamic finance, we are creating a world in which more people are indebted in the end. And therefore the importance, whether we are protecting the common good as a result of that. And therefore, Tawheed provides us this ground, ontological ground for sustainable development to ensure the mizan is sustained through ihsan. Mizan, that Allah created the world with a particular order and provided the destiny for each stakeholder in a particular way, whether that can be sustained. Hence how maqasid leads to falah for us in this understanding. Therefore, with the Islamic political economy, if without questioning the structures and without instituting the particular structure which enables an ihsani outcome, unfortunately, sustainability would not be possible. Let me draw your attention to the tradition of the Prophet ﷺ when he did the hijrah, migration from Mecca to Medina. The first institution he created was a masjid. The second institution was market, the so-called Islamic market or the Medina market. Of course, there were markets available in Medina. It was a flourishing trade center. But establishing the third market, the objective was that the people who are educated, whose behavioral norm corrected and developed in the masjid, they should be able to apply those qualities in a consistent setting, because the other markets would have created inconsistencies. And therefore, in order to sustain that behavioral norm that people learn in the masjid, the third market established in Medina by Prophet ﷺ to ensure the behavioral norms can be sustained in its natural environment and within an institution which carries the qualities of Islam. And therefore, the important questions for sustainability that we have to ask: who owns, who decides, who bears risk, and who gains? And without asking these questions, unfortunately, sustainability doesn't work as we have today, because the game of the rule around the corporations, dominance of capital continues as it is, but we are told that we are doing sustainability. No. And therefore, in terms of political economy, to understand political economy, which makes ethics structural, it is not only behavioral norm that you go to mosque and become a nice Muslim, but when you go out, when you are in the structure, whether it's the market, whether it's the governance, whatever the structure, whether it is the bank, whether it is other economic units, whether structural ethics has been structurally treated or not to produce the results. And therefore, the fair distribution of opportunities and risks, restraining market power and corruption, integration of state market, civil society, and waqf, protection of commons and future generations. These are essential questions for Islamic political economy to ask. And therefore, it is essential for us to refer to justice when it comes to sustainable development between different stakeholders, not because justice is a decorative principle. Oh, Islam is beautiful because it says justice. No, whether justice is happening for resource accessibilities for all the stakeholders. Whether environment is given an equal opportunity space to flourish, whether humans around us, everyone has access to resources that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created those resources for them. Sustainability then only happens then. And therefore it is a design criterion to ownership, contracts, and institutions and policies. It is not only the financial transactions is halal or Sharia compliant, but what outcomes that we produce, whether the outcomes that we produce empower individuals, fulfill the maqasid conditions, and ensure the resource accessibilities are possible or not, or we are repeating the same, unfortunately, game. And therefore, sustainable development through maqasid and SDGs is an important debate for us. SDGs, unfortunately, doesn't have the necessary moral validation as maqasid or the Islamic moral, political, economic can provide an essential sources for development around sustainability. SDGs, unfortunately, doesn't have the moral conditions to enforceability, but here with the Islamic sustainable development maqasid, there are outcomes, there are expectations, there is the falah condition. The falah of individual is the objective function in this world and hereafter, and therefore the incentive mechanism beyond the financial. So maqasid al-Sharia, therefore referring to faith, the values, life and health, intellect and education, family and community, wealth and livelihood, dignity and ecological balance, tells us that it is much more beyond SDG dimensions. And therefore, maslaha, how we can create a society of integrative public value. And again, maslaha's definition is important here beyond delusional maslaha that we have around us. It has to be sourced in Islam, in Quran, therefore develop an integrative public value. That integrative public value does not limit the maslaha to move capital around, but consider all the stakeholders' interests and what outcomes that we produce as a result. And therefore, as a consequence of that, we can only prioritize projects that jointly protect people, planet, property, institutions, and future generation as an integrated understanding. And therefore, the solution is iqtisad world, not even Islamic economics, which is an Islamized version of economics, as Professor Khurshid Ahmed, late Professor Khurshid Ahmed would say, Islamic economics is not minus riba plus zakat. No, it is beyond that, the iqtisad world. Iqtisad, in other words, a new way of understanding what economics is, organizing a particular grammar of Islamic economic theory. It orders capital and risk beneficence through moderation, proportion, circulation, and justice-oriented economic agency. Therefore, tawheed, the complementarities for unitarity, to get the risk, refers to source of provisioning and orders. Maqasid provides the objectives of flourishing for all the stakeholders. Iqtisad refers to balanced ordering of economy and society. And the outcome, the objective function, is not maximizing profits, return, or benefits, but falah individual, falah in this world and hereafter, with the objective of maximizing ihsan, how much I can do for the other stakeholders, and therefore as a development outcome. Therefore, iqtisad displaces homo economicus, the limitless accumulation, financialized growth, and atomized market rationality, but it installs purpose, proportion, risk calculation, the stakeholder responsibility, and access to enabling resources. It's important because it's a provisioning paradigm rather than a sector for labor, rather than maximizing. It's a provisioning, ensuring everyone has objective. And therefore, qasd and the qist, in other words, the purpose proportion, and justice is the whole paradigm here for us. Cost identifies the purpose, direction, and moderation, ensuring the response to the economic question are provisions moving towards morally intended ends. Iqtisad, therefore, the balance between cost and the cost because it refers to equity, due measure, distributive and procedural justice, and hence economic question remains, are people receiving fair access to risk, rights, and shares, not only people, but other stakeholders. And therefore, cost without cost becomes technocratic provisioning. And that is what we have with sustainable development. Cost without cost can become redistribution without development direction. Therefore, Iqtisad, the economic order that integrates purpose with proportion and converts values into institutional rules. And these are the important qualities for us to consider. And hence, the Iqtisad world is the essential part for us to consider the definition of development, sustainable development, but importantly to understand the fact that capital is not neutral, sustainable development cannot be neutral, therefore, and because capital, by definition, cannot be treated as neutral. Capital is not neutral, and therefore capital has to be questioned, has to be judged by how it is acquired, how it is used, how it is shared and governed. It is only then sustainable development related outcomes can be produced. It cannot be considered as morally neutral. So we cannot just say that capital is capital, whatever the religion, whatever. No, it has a particular definition, and Islam provides a particular definition. It is beyond finance. It relates we have to distinguish capital as a produced asset. It is a financial claim. It's a social relation, moral trust, and development capabilities. Through the Islamic moral economy, we have to understand how tawfiq conditions and disciplines capital, and therefore produces a sustainable societies as a result through ihsan, through maslaha, through falah, and maqasid, and hence how the wealth formation can be considered. And analyzing through Islamic political economy, we have to ensure how the societies and individuals are empowered, emancipated and empowered, so that they can overcome the barriers that we have around us. And therefore, we have to develop the new applied design as a result of that. Just finishing with a particular graph, and therefore, when we look at the reality around us, sustainability debate, sustainable development goals does not change the reality, as you can see on the left-hand side. The domination, the resource accessibilities are prevented. Equality doesn't solve the problem because barrier remains there. Equity can help us. Then, therefore, we define Islamic finance as an equity financing, despite the fact that in the practice it doesn't happen. But the condition that we expect, justice on overcoming the barriers, as you can see in the middle. Yes, there are barriers, but still people have accessibility. But Islam's promise in the end is the ihsani condition, breaking the barriers, ensuring return to the creation of equal access to resources, and therefore emancipation and empowerment through resource accessibility by ihsani governance is the entire objective function of Islamic moral political economy for sustainable development, for all the resources that we have around us. And therefore, the whole idea of prohibition of riba, for instance, it aims at overcoming those barriers, overcoming the domination of capital on the resources that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created for everyone to have access, establishing that equal access to resources. Similarly, because it's an expropriation riba, it creates a domination, therefore Quranic verse that removes riba. And zakat, similarly, is a condition again, because Allah created all those resources for everyone to have access, by privatizing those resources, we are expropriating again, and therefore society has to be compensated, and hence the sustainability of societies. And therefore the importance of Mizan, the balance order, the justice, the adala order, the equilibrium or the ihsani order, in the end is the Khalifa vicegerency individual with the stewardship, and hence salvation. Salvation in this world and salvation in the hereafter, without accumulation, cans, but ensuring cusp, the circulation can take place, and hence define what capital is and how it can be used for sustainability purposes. With that, I finish. Just want to end. Thank you for the opportunity given, but it is sustainability debate cannot be understood properly without establishing the conceptual frameworks, theoretical frameworks, and hence developing practical frameworks as a result of that. And we have to work towards such objectives. At the end of the day, again, as you guys Indonesians define, Islamic economics is a Rahmat al-Alamin. That Rahmat al-Alamin can only happen when the initial equation changes, and we have to put our efforts together to ensure that the initial equation can change and all the stakeholders can have access to resources for their flourishment, whether human or ecology. And with that, I leave you, and thank you very much for listening. And if there are any questions, of course, I'll stay here. I'm happy to respond. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor. This is a very high-level discussion, the conceptual discourse regarding Islamic moral economy, political economy, and how it is shaped into a well-done sustainable development. This is a very new concept for us to learn, Professor. Thank you very much. Can I have a short question for your presentation before we open to the floor? So
certainly.
We talk a lot on the conceptual level, the framework, and etc. If we may have a discussion with you, do you have in mind best practices or countries or other institutions which already applied or which already have the well-done implication of Islamic political economy and Islamic moral economy into account?
Thank you for the questions. Although I had some practical examples to discuss, but the time is an issue, therefore I couldn't go into. But we have to look into how to develop practices, because unfortunately, in the world, not only in the Muslim world, in the world, political economy is not taught as a subject matter in the economics departments. And therefore, we do not understand how we ended up here, this unsustainable world that we have. And therefore, we have to go back, how maslaha removed from the everydayness of societies in the world, how 1979 Washington Consensus aiming at creating one particular order where capital is dominant, financialization is the essential, and humans are turned into machines only through different means. And therefore, without understanding that process, it's terribly difficult to understand the trajectory that the world has gone through. Not only developing countries, but countries such as UK, where I am based. So instrumentalization of human has become the main objective of the Washington Consensus process, and removing public accessibilities to resources, but allocating the resource accessibilities to corporations. And here we are today talking about sustainable development, United Nations declaring 2015 that it is the time for sustainable development. So this trajectory suggested that capital gains, capital is dominant, and therefore you look at a number of corporations are their wealth much higher than a large number of countries in the world. Just one single corporation, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is other companies, Amazon and etc. This is not acceptable. Remember remember Islamic history, Islamic political economy. Islam does not allow corporations. In order for a transaction to be valid, it has to be acted by real persons, not legal persons. Legal persons are not acceptable in Islam. Even the modern fiqh that we have around us doesn't allow, because corporations, by definition, that creates power to control resources. But in not only in Islam, but other traditional religious forms as well, you cannot have corporations to be responsible to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the hereafter. It is the humans, okay? And therefore Islam did not. And therefore some scholars suggested, well, Islam could not develop because it couldn't develop corporations. No, there's nothing to do with that. Islam flourished and it developed. There is nothing wrong with Islam or the Muslim societies. What is wrong, the benchmark created by modernity. And therefore that benchmark is unlawful. It's based on prohibition. It refers to domination of capital, and Muslim societies and other societies were forced through different means. And today, by political means, the Washington Consensus was imposed all over the world. And therefore, unfortunately, when it comes to Islamic political economy, it doesn't prevail anywhere. But that that should not undermine the hope that we have. No, the hope is civil societies, how civil society can come together, such as Indonesia. I always give Indonesia as a good example with a strong civil society. And Indonesians started BMTs rather than waiting for Islamic banking and finance through civil society, how they organize civil society around Islamic means to create a particular condition for the development of individuals and society. So therefore, we have to rely on civil society in different parts of the world, whether it is Latin America, whether in Indonesia, whether in Africa, different parts of the world, there are different experiments are taking place in different ways. And we should not be obsessed that, oh, these are very small experiments. No. And the Prophet ﷺ started only with 3 people. Alhamdulillah, it created a huge civilization. And therefore, numbers are not an issue, but the zeal and the hope. Islam is a religion of hope. And therefore, not having it around us should not create a condition of despondence, but hope. And that is the Islamic message of hope. And inshallah, with the new generation coming up with innovative ideas, how resource accessibility is a structure that we can create, and hence resource accessibilities can be possible within Islamic definitions. The short answer, no, there isn't anything around us, but that doesn't imply that it cannot be. In different parts of the world, there are pockets of practices are available, and we should be proud of those practices, because the domination of capital and the political hegemony is so heavy. Even a small experiment is a huge success. And let's work towards such examples and being an instrument of such examples in different parts of the world, such as BMTs, Baitul Mal and Tamwil, that you guys created in the process. Hope that answers your question. But I would suggest, because the youngs, I can see in the audience, we have students, you have to learn and understand political economy. You have to understand why Fukuyama wrote in 1992, the end of history, and declared liberalism is the end results, and why we are here today. These are all connected, and therefore you should continue to read on the political economy and how political economy looks into resource accessibility, and in particular Islamic political economy has to be an essential part of learning process in any Islamic economics or what you call Sharia economy programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mehmet Asadai. Hope we will reach that level soon, inshallah.
That's a journey. Therefore, Islam defines it a becoming process. Modernity tells us you reach. Islam tells us that you never know that you reach. You aim at reaching, but it's a becoming process. So it is not be, It is not but it is a becoming process. And that's the promise of Allah, and that's the promise in the Quran, as well as Safilin and Ahsan Taqweem. From the lowest to the highest, that's the journey. It's a becoming process, inshallah. We have to work towards that becoming process.
This is a very insightful presentations and Q&A session, short Q&A sessions. Now we will proceed to the official questions and answer session. I will invite questions from both on-site participants and online attendees. Please kindly state your name and affiliation before asking your questions. Also, please mention the specific speaker you are directing the question for. First session will cover 3 questions from offline participants, and in session will be coming from online attendees. So now I will focus on our participants first. Please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Sinta Maharani. I am from State Islamic University of Ponorogo. Thank you very much, Professor Mehmet Asucai, for the lecture given. I want to asking about salvation, that you said that a sustainable falah. Is that true that salvation, sustainable falah, is connect to the Al-Quran, Surat Al-Mulk, number 2. Alladhi khalaqal mauta wal hayata liyabluwakum ayyukum ahsanu amala. Allah not asking our quantity, but rather to our quality. Is it true? Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Professor Mehmet Asucai.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for your intervention. Of course, you have responded to the question. It is the Allah's promise. Indeed, it is not the numbers, but also, as I mentioned as well, Prophet ﷺ started only 3 people and created a civilization, an Islamic civilization that we have. And therefore, I'm not worried about numbers and all that. But what is important for us, of course, to consider how we are developing necessary structures and moral qualities, Islamic moral economy, therefore, and necessary structures through Islamic political economy to ensure how the emancipation and empowerment could be possible. The Islamic methodology directly refers first negating La ilaha illallah. La is a negation. So we have to negate what is wrong around us in order to be able to establish and formulate what's the solution. What's the solution? How Islam can solve the problems that we have around us. And when we have all the problems that we have, sustainability in this particular case, sustainable development, it is because human has gone beyond the expected territories that we have. The ownership, Surat al-Mulk is very much important. The ownership structures that we created, unfortunately, rather than considering this world as a temporality, it is based on conventional economics idea, is based on the hegemonic power of ownership. But in Islam is a temporality, and that temporality directly suggests that, of course, all the other resources have to be respected with the same. And therefore, the Islamic message from one verse to another directly provides a moral economy environment and the political economy. And in the end, of course, is the structures that we have to remove, the barriers that we have to overcome to ensure that human emancipation, the falah, can be possible. And Islamic moral economy, the whole objective, therefore, in your economics class first year, what is the objective of human? Is to maximize profit, maximize return, maximize benefits, maximize utility. What is the Islamic position? No, it is nothing to do with maximization. Iqtisad is nothing to do with maximization. Economics is maximization, optimization. Iqtisad world, however, talks about justice, how we can use the resources to ensure all the stakeholders can reach falah. And that's entirely a different paradigm shift. And therefore, the outcome of that is sustainability by definition. You do not need to add another layer on top of it. You produce from the beginning. SDGs provides a layer to moderate the consequences, still cannot do it. But the Islamic proposition is that from the beginning, by definition, endogenized decision-making process, if I use the words, or embedded, by definition, it is expected to produce such outcomes. You might immediately tell me that, well, you know what, look at Muslim world and etc. Well, then I can tell you that look at Americas, for instance. 50 million people lives under $3 threshold condition to be able to survive daily. You have millions, 100 million people do not have access to health services unless you have money in your pocket. And therefore, the scenarios that we were created about the West, look at what's happening in the West, unfortunately. In the UK last winter, you had millions of people did not have access to energy to heat their homes, for instance. These are the realities because domination of capital and domination of corporations. So we have to be realistic, therefore, rather than essentializing, oh, look at Muslim world. No, Muslim world is not underdeveloped. What is your benchmark? If the benchmark is respecting to all the stakeholders, which is underdeveloped, it is the West domination. And terribly extractive resources from the rest of the world. That is the problem. And indeed, therefore, we have to put our efforts to ensure that the moral conditions, the virtue ethics of Islam, together with the Islamic political economy, to arrange this society around the resources according to Islam, inshallah, will produce an outcome rather than always comparing ourselves to a benchmark that is wrong by definition. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we continue the Q&A sessions, I would like to re-invite Professor Ahyar on stage. And I would like to also extend our greetings again, Dr. Maria Bati, who is already rejoining us here on Zoom meeting. Okay, so we will continue on for the offline participants. 2 more questions quotas left.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Septiana Dwi Kusuma Putri. I am from State Islam University Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo. Question for Ms. Maria Bhatti. The presidency argues that financial inclusion among Muslim women is solved by multi-factors, including gender, religion, migration, and socio-economic condition. How can Islamic finance institute design product and policy that empower women as active economy again reduce than women than merely as vulnerable beneficiaries? Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So Dr. Maria, this is more like the practical impact on your research on women and inclusion.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for this wonderful question. I think the practical way to empower Muslim women through Islamic finance, it's quite simple to include women at the leadership level in Islamic financial institutions. And when the products are being designed, they should be consulted with women. So we need more women at the leadership level. You will see now that most Islamic financial institutions, Islamic banks, regardless of whether it's Australia or Indonesia, they're actually run by men. And so if we have more women at the high up leadership level, I believe that the policies will then impact women when the designs are being made. So if it's the Islamic financial products, if they're designed by women for women, that will be the most effective, practical solution to increasing financial inclusion and literacy for women.
Okay, so we need women at every level of policy-making process, right? Okay, the last questions from our participants here. Please, ma'am.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Adelia. I'm from UIN Surakarta, and my question goes to Professor Adnan. Professor, as you said on your explanation that Makosid Sharia was aligned with SDGs goals, and also Islamic finance was aligned too with SDGs. But I always think that is it Islamic finance that we have now, is it really having the Islamic value, or it is just a conventional accounting that wrap into Islamic terminology? Thank you.
Okay. Yep, Bu Andaria, right? Adelia, sorry, I'm sorry. Well, that's a good question. Frankly speaking, I agree with you that so far we haven't seen yet any pure Islamic principles are applied fully in the banking also, right? That's why we are still struggling actually. Many examples can be given to you, and I think many of us have experience on that case, right? Look at the example, yeah? You can see one of my article a long time ago, where, for example, when you look at, the portfolio, right? First, most of the portfolio are dominated by murabaha. Look at this further. In murabaha, initially, ideally, the bank should purchase something and sell back to the customer, right? But what happened now, bank is giving the right to the customer to buy by themselves. That look like the bank is just giving money to the customer. Of course, this is not murabah actually. This is just an example, murabah. When we go further to mudharabah musyarakah, the condition is worse. That's why, if I may explain to you all, in my view, we cannot go just direct to the muamalah. In my view, Islam is based on, let me say, it's the building of Islam based on layers. The first layer should be aqidah, right? And then above we have Sharia, muamalah, and finally we have akhlaq karimah. What happening now, most of people who are just go direct to muamalah without thinking about aqidah and Sharia. And that's why most of bankers have the same experience. I have seen this many times, many things. When they go to the bank, even if you ask the bankers, they don't know the spirit of Islam. That's why they are just practice something that they not practically look like a Sharia. Honestly, I'm criticizing this severely actually. But anyhow, I agree with Prof. Who just now? From Durham, Prof. Mehmet, that we need to have a political economy. And this is not easy, right? It has to be, see, our economy, our current economy, one say it is bottom up. I think that's true. If we learn from Malaysia, it must be two directions, and bottom up. But now we're having, I have my own case. I'm PNS, right? From a long time ago, I want my salary to be given through Islamic Bank. That's what happened until today. Yeah? Now I'm pensioned actually. Why? Too close. Okay, thank you. Is it okay now, better? Okay, thank you. So this is just easy example. Yeah? Being PNS, I want my salary to be given to the Sharia Bank. What happened? It's really hard I talked this to the ministry already, but nothing happened. And more than that, if you look at our PBN, nothing related to the Islamic principles. So again, I'm saying here, we need to do more, to struggle more, to implement that fully. Yeah? I'm sorry, I just asked our dean just now about the money that now we have in the institution. I checked from beyond UIN Ponorogo, I think all of them are putting money still in the conventional bank.
Double account.
Yes, double account. Even
double agent.
one day long time ago, I went to Pekanbaru, yeah, being BPKH staff, right? And the question was from the rector, right? From vice rector, how do you treat the interest that you get for BPKH? I said, come on, BPKH is really from the beginning we try to put in the Islamic only, and I talk about riba with him, and it seems to me that riba for them is nothing to do, right? And that's why, and that's in UIN. Yeah, I must say now, UIN Pekanbaru, right? And I checked, some UIN still put the money fully in conventional bank. They know riba, they know everything, but the practice is something different, right? That's why I'm saying all the time, this is our job to really bring back to Islamic finance, to Islamic values. So if your question to me is really clear, there's no, is there any country who has implemented fully Islamic principle? Not yet. Even Saudi, based on my short experience, I cannot see there that something is fully done Islamically. That's why, if I may say, when we learn Islamic economics, we have to start from Aqidah. With good Aqidah, we'll have good Sharia. With good Sharia, we have good Mu'amalah. With that, then we can see akhlaq karimah in the Mu'amalah. Otherwise, this just a theory. Okay, I hope I have answered your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this is a never-ending debate. Syariah kah Bank Syariah? Okay. So thank you very much for the offline participants. Now we will move to the participants who are here with us on Zoom meeting. Participants intended to ask question, please use the raise hand feature, and open your camera. We will proceed with people who are already raising hand. Okay, so for Bapak Taufik, you may state your queries.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm not sure if my mic is clear.
Yeah, it's clear. Please,
yeah.
name, affiliation, and which speaker you are intending to ask your question for.
First, thank you for the organizer for organizing such a very valuable conference today. My name is Taufik Afandi. I'm a lecturer at the University of Darussalam Gontar, and as well as I'm a PhD student at Durham University. I'd like to ask a question to Professor Mahmoud Asutai. Professor, it's very interesting that Your Excellency mentioned that Islam does not allow corporation, and you mentioned that it creates power to control and dominate resources. So my question is that, could you please elaborate more on the fundamental difference between shirka and corporation? Because probably for some people, corporation might be justified as nothing more than just a default version of shirka. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. So Bapak Taufik is also a Durham student of Professor Mehmet. So
yes.
Professor Mehmet, you might answer Bapak Taufik's question.
Okay. Thank you, Taufik. Thank you for being awake at this time of the day. It's good to see you. That is perhaps we have to look at the issues from two perspectives. One is the fiqh perspective, the Islamic law perspective. The second is the Islamic moral, political, economic perspective. Now, in the modern times, fiqh has been used as an instrument to justify practices. And maslaha has been created by the market conditions, as Professor was referring to use of murabaha, how it has become a dominant, and that has been possible with the fiqh condition, creating a maslaha, saying that, look, market condition is as such, and these are institutions, they have to make profit. The easy way of making profit is using murabaha and organized tawarruk, and hence there's a maslaha here. No, maslaha, you cannot generate maslaha from the market conditions. Your maslaha proposition has to come from the Quranic position. Otherwise, it becomes what I call is what Ramadan al-Buti Rahmatullah called it, delusional maslaha. So that distinction is important for us to understand. What do we mean? The substantive ethics and the instrumental ethics. When you look at the screen on the arrows on the left-hand side, so instrumental ethics tells us that, look, you can use the ethical qualities, okay, to ensure as long as you maximize your profit, efficiency, shareholder value, maximization. You use religion, you use ethics, you use values, whatever. And that is the instrumental ethics that we have around us, which defines the sustainability debate also we have, or the practice. But the Islamic position is entirely different. You use everything else, whether it's profit, whether efficiency, whether shareholder value, maximization, to reach the Islamic objective, the falah in this world and hereafter. As you can see, there's a opposite view that Islam provides. But when we look at from the instrumental ethics, which is prevailing with the realist school in the Muslim societies, in particular around Islamic finance. So we developed the maslaha condition, the integrative public interest, and integrative public interest, I'm underlining, because that is maslaha, by looking at the market condition. Market tells us that we need to have a very easy liquidity instruments. What is that easy liquidity instrument? Organized tawarruk. Then we establish, there is a maslaha here, because if the company cannot get easy liquidity, it will face financial difficulties, and therefore organized tawarruk is halal. No, that's not the methodology. That's not the usul. It is totally wrong. Our starting point, what is the maqasid condition? What is the integrative public interest or maslaha? So looking at it from that perspective, integrating all these market impositions to justify through Islamic law or fiqh in particular is not acceptable. Something can be halal but cannot be tayyib, and that's the conditions that we are referring. Halal, moving capital from A to B can be halal, can be Sharia compliant, but may not necessarily be Islamic in terms of the outcomes that it produces. And that's something that we have to be really concerned with. Now, when it comes to the institutional form, there's a huge difference between shirka and shirka is a business model. Corporation is an institution. And this is a huge mistake, unfortunately, again, we are making without understanding the distinctiveness between a business model and the institutional form. Within an institution, you can have different business forms, okay? And in this case, corporation in itself imposes the way it organizes the resources, therefore it is a particular business model. Shirka, however, considering all the stakeholders, interests of all the stakeholders, is a different business model. Yes, in the modern times, fiqh, the people who are engaged with fiqh in order to ensure the market expectations are fulfilled, they are suggesting that there is a huge resemblance between shirka and corporation, and therefore we can accept corporation. No, for us, an institution cannot be responsible in the hereafter for the actions that it conducts. Not only that, the modern or the postmodern world, the corporations that we have around us, they are controlling the resources that we have. This is not me saying because I'm Muslim. Look at all the literature that we have around us. By definition, therefore, Islam would not allow an institution to control the resources that Allah created for everyone to have access. You cannot have in a Muslim society a corporation having the wealth, because it's power, it uses political power, it uses economic power, generates such wealth, which is higher than the GDP of many, many countries on top of each other. Okay, that cannot be justified. Therefore, Islam and the Islamic law or fiqh cannot allow such a practice to be acceptable. By using shirka as an example, look, there's an arrangement for business. So corporation is an arrangement for business. No, these are two different political economies. One is capital accumulation. Okay, the corporations emerge as a result of capital accumulation and sustain on the base of capital accumulation. And therefore, in Islam, kanz or capital accumulation hoarding is haram. Okay, it has to be circulated, qasb. The circulating wealth is only considered. And there's a huge distinction between wealth and capital. Again, that's something that we haven't tackled on. Islam doesn't have any problem with wealth generated, whether it's shirka or other institutions, but Islam would have a problem with kanz, the accumulation, and corporation as an accumulative by definition and controlling the resources. And therefore, they may look, these are two different business models. Shirka is a particular business model, corporation is a particular business model, and just creating a resemblance or proxy because at the end of the day, bringing people and the resources together, so they are the same. No, unfortunately, they are not the same. And therefore, we have to be very careful. Yes, in the modern Muslim world, because Muslim world could not generate any alternative or authentic institutions to organize the economy. Therefore, we have been incorporating, because we have been imposed colonial period, and then now the hegemony of neoliberalism is imposing on the Muslim world, and not only Muslim world, the rest of the world, that you have the end of history discourse. There isn't any other way but the corporations. So therefore, we have to be very careful with the institutional structures and the construct to understand the differences. And therefore, Timur Kuran's criticism that, oh, Muslim world underdeveloped because they could not generate corporation. Yes, no. Muslim world did not underdevelop, is not underdeveloped. It just has a different ontological forms to organize society. And nowadays, as we can see, thousands, millions of people are protesting against the hegemonic power of corporations, because Islam would not allow that hegemonic power to prevail in the Muslim societies. Hope we can continue to discuss, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Professor. Bapak Taufik, you have additional remark?
Thank you, Professor. It's very clear. And yeah, unfortunately, this type of discussion is very rare. We almost have no critique to the current existence of institutional logic. So this is definitely a very valuable discussion. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the next question from online participants, you may use your raise hand features if you had queries. Ms. Fatima Babayo, maybe? Okay, so Bapak Taufik, you have
I'm not sure
further,
if I have time, but I would like to ask a question to Professor Maria, if still possible.
Okay, Dr. Maria. Okay, please.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, Professor, I'm aware that in some countries they have some microfinance institution that they have like a woman-only approach, which means that they basically only finance women. So do you think this is like an ideal model, or do you think this is probably just transitional model? We should achieve something like better than this. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for that excellent question. I'd love to stay in touch with you, so please email me afterwards as well. Look, this is one approach, which is a good approach, that microfinance or Qarde Hasan is used for women's empowerment. And the other example that I gave was awqaf. So using the concept of awqaf to help empower Muslim women. The third approach, which I'm pushing for or advocating for, is actually involving women at the leadership level, as I was speaking about before, in conventional Islamic financial institutions. So that might look different in different places, but I think despite that, I think whichever country it is, I have noticed that if you look at Islamic banks, if you look at Islamic financial institutions, whether it's the UK, Australia, or even Muslim majority countries such as Indonesia, that it is actually mostly run by men. And the concept is that if an institution, if a bank, it's mostly run by men, the board of directors are mostly men, the Sharia advisors are mostly men, then the lack of involvement, the lack of representation from Muslim women at that higher up level will then have an impact at that grassroots level as well. Because when you want to make those executive decisions of, product development, of where should we spend our money when it comes to charity, and how do we actually get Islamic finance out there so that more women have access to it. When it comes to those types of questions and priorities, right? Perhaps that might not come from a leadership that is male dominated. So you need that women's voice. That is basically my argument. I haven't looked at it. My research doesn't look at a Muslim majority country as Indonesia. That's something I was thinking about for the purposes of this conference. But definitely, I did my empirical research currently is in Australia. So I've actually done empirical research on interviewing Islamic financial institutions in Australia. And I'm sure this is the way it would be in the UK as well. And the majority of them are led by men and very limited female involvement at that leadership level. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. And then if you tie it to the concept of financial literacy, financial inclusion, and also Islamic principles, where if we look traditionally, our women were financially empowered. You look at Khadija radiallahu anha, right? So this is actually part of our religion as well, to financially empower and make women more financially independent. And the impact that will have on the community, as you can imagine, a financially independent woman will be more empowered. And so not only is it consistent with Islam, this concept is consistent with Islam. Islamic finance can help achieve that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. Thank you, Bapak Taufik. Maybe last question from online participants.
I'm really sorry to interrupt everyone, but I have to go to another meeting, and I just wanted to thank everyone for inviting me. And I'm very honored to speak alongside such amazing presenters. And thank you so much to the committee and everyone in attendance. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, and please stay in touch. Jazakallah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Maria. Please give a round of applause for her. Okay, we still have one more question quota left for Professor Mehmet and Professor Ahyar.
Yes, I'm here.
Yep. Okay, or maybe if from online, yeah, Bapak Taufik. Okay, please, the last quota is yours.
Yeah, sorry for asking too much question, but I really have this pressing question to Professor Adnan. Professor, thank you so much for your explanation, and it's really interesting when you mentioned about the current development of some Islamic bank in Indonesia. So I really want to know what is the current agenda in Indonesia, especially in making Islamic bank in Indonesia closer to Sharia principle. Definitely, we cannot tackle everything, but if we are aware of what is the current agenda that's being the focus of Islamic bank, whether in Islamic bank themselves or in the regulatory side, what are the current agenda and the effort to make Islamic bank in Indonesia closer to Sharia principle. Thank you, Professor. And again, I'm sorry to the moderator and participant for asking too much questions.
Sorry, Bapak Taufik, this is for Prof. Aher?
Yes, to Professor.
Sorry.
Okay, that's why. Okay, thank you, brother. I can remember his name. Well, you talk about agenda, right? Next agenda. Well, this is also not easy thing to be explained, right? Honestly, I saw the comment of our government about this Islamic, about the implementation of this Islamic economics or so is still so limited, right? I haven't seen yet strong commitment, except that some people, some public figure is talking, but they're just talking. Yeah? Haven't seen yet the real commitment that has been shown by them to really develop this economic principle in our society, in our system. That's why I don't want to be pessimistic, but still I hope that really the commitment coming from the top, right? Yeah? I mean, the way to do this, it must be through ways. Yes, so far we are applying the bottom-up approach, but then it is not enough, okay? We need also some sort of top-down commitment from the top so that we can see this running together, by which then we can meet some way, and then all what we are now talking can be implemented fully. But really, under current regime, current situation, yeah, frankly speaking, hard to say. Yeah? Even in normal economics, we can see how our economy is now run, right? Many are, well, how to say that, not really understood well by theory. I mean, look at the example of some economic judgment or policy has been issued by the government. Really hard to understand by many, right? The direction is not clear. We can see something unusual is shown, and that's why even now we can see how the currency is becoming worsening, yeah, and so on and so on, right? That's why if we are talking about how then this Islamic economics can be applied fully in our government, in our system, to me, it is still a bit far away to be expected soon. Anyhow, of course, we cannot be pessimistic. I hope that step by step, all of us, from the academia, from the many sectors, can work together to push this policy to be accepted by the government, and then it is slowly implemented fully as we are hoping together. I think that's my reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aher. Do you have further queries? Bapak Taufik?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this marks the end of our Q&A sessions. This is a very insightful sessions. We thank all participants for the active engagement with our speakers. For the last agenda, we will give a token of appreciation for all the speakers. The token will be presented by our Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economics and Business, UIN Kiai Ageng Muhammad Besari Ponorogo, Bapak Associate Professor Dr. Aji Damanhuri. So first we will give the token for Professor Mehmet. So this is a symbolic presentation. So Bapak Aji may raise from your seat so we get a clearer picture of you and Professor Mehmet. For IT team, you might arrange the layout for Professor Mehmet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm grateful. Hopefully we can meet in other platforms as well. I hope it was useful, but we have to work towards a better world, inshallah, all together.
Thank you very much. This is our Dean.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the next we will give the token of appreciation for Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahir Adnan from Universitas AICIE. We invite Bapak Haji Damanuri to the stage to present the token. Thank you, Professor Haji Damanuri. Okay, so we mark the end of our plenary session of the 5th AICIE 2026. Once again, we would like to thank you all of our speakers, Professor Mehmet Asutai from Durham, Professor Ahir Adnan, and also Dr. Maria Bati, who is already on her next appointment. We hope to welcome Dr. Maria and Professor Mehmet Asutai in person at future event, inshallah. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all attendees here, offline and online participants. Thank you for being a part of AICIE 2026. We hope this plenary session has contributed to a meaningful reflection, scholarly exchange, and a better future collaboration in Islamic economics and finance. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Where every journey begins, a learning space that is open, inclusive, and meaningful for those who aspire to grow and make an impact. We bring the Tridharma to life through innovative learning, relevant research, and personalized guidance. Supported by modern and well-equipped facilities. Our 5 flagship study programs lay the foundation for future professionals. Islamic economics, Islamic banking, Zakat and Waqf management, Islamic accounting, and Islamic business management. This is where theory comes to life. From strengthening values in the religious laboratory, gaining hands-on experience in the mini bank, exploring real-world investment in the investment gallery laboratory, driving innovation through the Business Incubator and ZISWAF Laboratory, and fostering entrepreneurial skills in the Entrepreneurship Laboratory.
On behalf of the committee, we would like to express our deepest appreciation to our distinguished invited speakers, Professor Dr. Maria Bati, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahyar Adnan, and Professor Dr.